Here's a wireless mic. This one's on.
Test, test, test.
Push the desk in.
Test 1, 2.
Test, test.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test, test, test.
There are two in question. There's always a public comment. So this one needs to go here. Usually what happens, this one, whoever's here, we just.
Test, test, test.
That works. That one will go there. This one's not working. And this one is not working. Test, test.
Test, test, test.
All right, we're good.
Oh, I think I get my.
Yeah, see, I got the flu shot.
Oh, good. I got my shingle shot the other day.
Oh,
Oh.
been a while.
Attention parents and
Yeah.
students. Virginia TV Classroom is making it easy again for you to learn in your living room. We're
Yes, yes. You been golfing?
I did some, you heard about my trip to Myrtle Beach.
No, what happened?
I went down there and played 6 days straight.
Boy.
4 days, last 4 days were part of the World Am. I was in the 80 and above
Might go over and have Elliot show us around, see what it's like.
It's amazing. It's something.
You can only let two on or only one with tools and. Yeah, that's all I know. You met with Jonathan and safety about it, so. He's not excited about that.
On the other bright side, it's not 30 degrees.
Yeah, and that's only because of the light.
Middlesex County Public Schools, October board meeting will come to order. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. What are those two doing? What are those two doing? Oh, Lord.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Pursuant to the Code of Virginia, the board discussed personnel matters, student matters, and legal matters during closed session. Matters discussed in closed session have been added to the consent agenda and other parts of the agenda as action and information items. When members of the board certify that only lawful matters were discussed in closed session, please answer by roll call vote.
Dr. Shores,
Yes.
Mr. Goforth,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Reed.
Yes.
All right. Can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dr. Sykes, recognition.
Recognitions, we do have some, but we're going to do those right from here. And I'm going to give a shout out to Dustin in the audio booth up there tonight. He's Director of Operations and Technology. But he had let me know that next week actually is National School Bus Safety Week and School Bus Transportation Employees Appreciation Day. A lot of the school appreciation stuff happens in the spring. But this one for bus drivers is happening right now or being recognized right now. So instead of asking them all to come in on a late evening and then turn around and be ready to roll in their buses very early in the morning, I just wanted to give a shout out to them. I'm going to quickly go through the names of all of our people that make our transportation happen. We have 20 buses running on any given day. And I know for a big school division, that doesn't sound like a lot, but for as small as we are, there's lots of people filling in lots of places to make that happen. So in order of their bus numbers, we want to say a thank you to Daphne Melvin, Dallas Marable, Waverly Hudgens, Nicole Hall, Reggie Williams, Shirley Marshall, Rachel Simmons, Kathy Kirkland, Bruce Beverly, Lorraine Williams, David Stout, Billy Eubank, Nell Robinson, Sandy Nash, Beth Sprouse, Penny Moss, Tony Robinson, Amanda Charnick, Lisa McLaughlin, Gail Wilkinson, Barbara Nelson. And then our bus monitors are Lori Gregory and Glenda Sutherland. And then we also have a group of car drivers that I think people aren't aware of, that we transport students outside of our division to. Most of them go to Richmond and some to Newport News. And they are Kiana Brown, Laura Green, Marjorie Austin, Heather Hudgens, Cliff Howell, Bobby Wilson, Cindy Wilson, Andrea Daniel, and supporting them and our bus shopper, Bruce Beverly and Chris Gallahue. None of this would be possible without all of the work that Billy Eubank does as our transportation supervisor and coordinating the staff and the routes. And then, of course, under the direction of Dustin Harris, who's in our booth. And so you probably recognize some of the names. Well, Billy's a bus driver and she's also a transportation supervisor. Dustin is our only substitute bus driver, so has to pick up routes whenever we have a bus driver who's not able to come in. And then some of our bus drivers work in our cafeterias, and they also work as paraprofessionals. So this is a team that can be spread very, very thin and moving in a lot of directions. And we just appreciate them and wanted to recognize them.
Great, they're key to keeping us going.
Absolutely.
First, the children see, and the last they see.
That's exactly right.
That's great.
A vital part of our community.
One other thing, many of you may not know that the school board office has, the building has undergone quite a bit of construction, refurbishing. And I have to give a shout out to the administrative staff, because they have put up with a lot of noise and dust and all kinds of things. I mean, the contractors have worked with them really well, but I know there were days you went home with your ears ringing. So we appreciate you all and what you've been doing, but it's going to be really nice when it's completed. So it's great. Are there additions or corrections to the agenda?
I recommend that we move WHRO to after public announcements, and then I'll move we approve the amended agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, public announcements. October, National Bullying Prevention Month. October the 11th through the 15th is National School Lunch Week. October the 15th is home football game versus Charles City. October the 18th through the 22nd is National School Bus Safety Week. October the 20th is Professional Development, no students report. October the 27th, end of 9-week grading period. November the 3rd, first quarter report cards issued. November the 5th, the school division is closed for Oyster Festival. And November the 8th is the next school board meeting at St. Clair Walker Middle School in the auditorium at 6:30. All right. We will now hear a report from Bert Schmidt and WHRO. Thank you so much for coming. This is a hike for you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Seitz, thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is Bert Schmidt. I'm the president and CEO of WHRO. With me is Elmer Seward. He's my vice president of education services. So if you have the hard questions, he's your
They go
man.
to him.
For those of you who may be new to the board, I'm here tonight because you're one of the 21 school divisions that literally own the license to WHRO. We're the only school division in the entire country owned by a collaboration of schools. We get together with the superintendents, assistant superintendents, technology folks, instructional folks, and we do things that can be better done as a group of 21 divisions than to do 21 times separately. So we have provided you with a hard copy of the impact statement from last school year. I'm not going to go through this, but I'm going to direct your attention to the screen, which will be a kind of a summary of what we did this past year. Hopefully you can all see the screen. And I'm going to be giving some thumbs up to my man up there. So let's move forward. So there's your impact statement. And so as I mentioned, we are owned by 21 school divisions. You can see the geography. We're in the, Accomack, I guess, is technically more north than Middlesex is. But you can see the area that that owns the license to WHRO. I was thrilled, and I want to thank the chairwoman who was a very critical part of having Middlesex become a part of this ownership model. And I guess it was, I don't know, what, 5, 6 years ago, something like that. I've lost
Under
track.
Dr. Taylor. So
Under
it'd be
Dr. Taylor.
7, I think.
Maybe 7 years ago. Yeah, we were thrilled. So we're at 21 now. I think Middlesex was the 19th, and then we added a couple of divisions after that. So what do we do? Now, I should mention, everything you're going to see here today was asked for us to create by superintendents. And because you're an owner, you get all of this for free. I don't expect you to remember everything I'm going to tell you today, but if you see things that are of interest, let us know. Let Dr. Seitz know. We're going to be getting together. And I want to make sure you know everything here is yours and it's free. So, and don't let geography get in the way of any of the usage of this. So eMedia VA, it's a service we've been offering for a little over a decade now. It is a repository of what we call learning objects. It could be video, audio, anything you can digitize, images, documents. It's all correlated to the Virginia Standards of Learning, and it's available free of charge to every public, private, and homeschooler in Virginia, your teachers, your students, your parents. We have national content from organizations like the Smithsonian, National Archives, Library of Congress, but more importantly, we have lots of content from local Virginia organizations. We partner with them. Because we're a nonprofit and we're not reselling this, many nonprofits provide us, not exclusively, but they provide us their educational content. We put it in eMedia. Teachers just want to teach the subject. They're not really caring where it comes from, as long as it's high quality. We vet the content, make sure it meets the standards of learning, and then it's available free to all of your teachers, all your students, and even your parents. And in the world with COVID still with us, this has become an incredibly important service statewide. We have a contract with the Department of Education to provide this service. Next, we provide a ton of professional development for your teachers. Lately, a lot of it's been virtual, as you would expect. You can see a list of some of the topics we focused on this past year. Elma really leads that whole effort with working with teachers, and it's a great opportunity for your teachers to get professional development. We also, and this is an important piece that many, I think Middlesex actually came on board because of this effort. We have produced 28, for the most part, high school core curriculum courses. And if you can see the list there, it's from algebra, trig, astronomy, biology, chemistry, digital science, earth science, economics and personal finance, English 9, 10, 11, and 12, French 1, geometry, health and PE 9 and 10, math analysis, middle school career investigations, oceanography, online teaching methodology, physics, psychology, US and Virginia history and government, world geography, and then the world history and geographies. I guess that's 1 and 2. So we've made the courses. Think of us as the manufacturer, and you have them. And you can use them however you want. You can use them fully online. You can use it in a flipped model. You can use it in a hybrid where you take parts of the courses. They're yours. They work within your LMS. And we charge schools that don't own WHRO about $10,000 a course. You get the whole library for free being members. So as you've been thinking about more and more, obviously everybody's thinking about virtual options, you have these courses already. So if there's concerns about how to use them, of course, my folks will be happy to reach out and sit down with any of the appropriate staff to make sure you know how to use these appropriately. But again, we expect that these are all done with teachers. These are not teacher independent courses. So teachers are still a part of it. So we have an online teaching methodology course, but you have the courses to use however you decide within your division. So, and I should mention, you can go forward. The governor asked WHRO, along with the Department of Education and some commissions, to create the state's first African-American history course. You're familiar with that. Last year, we had 16 school divisions that kind of did a test run through it. Now it's available to everybody. So this course is available to every division in the Commonwealth. We were the ones that produced all the modules for that course. So we're very proud to be a part of that new effort. During the pandemic, I had received calls from superintendents saying, you know, we don't know how to deal with our youngest kids. Online's not very good for them. A kindergartner or first grader trying to expect them to be on Zoom all day just isn't going to work. So they said, WHRO, can you help? And then Dr. Lane reached out as well and said, you know, a lot of kids were talking about online, but they don't have access to online. And so WHRO, can you help? And so we created Virginia TV Classroom. And for about 9 months from really that beginning March of last year to about a year from now, we did 3 hours every day on TV of lessons from K through 7. We basically worked with about 64 teachers, I think, at the end of the day, something like that. And they did in effect, their Zoom lessons. They recorded them, they sent them to us, we turned them into TV, and every public TV station in Virginia carried Virginia TV Classroom for those 9 months. So kids K through 7 had television access because everybody has access to public television. It's free over their service. So that was a nice alternative for people that don't have online or kids that would rather have a teacher teach them rather than going on Zoom. So it's a nice option for many students. And here's a quick sampling of Virginia TV Classroom. With no audio.
We have 2 of our teachers.
We did.
We're back for season
2 of our
2.
teachers.
Students
That's right,
in
that's right.
kindergarten
You had
to
a
7th
number of
grade
your teachers
tune
were
in
part of
weekdays
this.
to see teacher-led and SOL-aligned instruction. It's Virginia's teachers teaching on TV. Watch Virginia TV Classroom and learn more.
Beginning September 14th at 11.
Okay, hopefully you can hear that. So
WHRO.
Virginia TV Classroom was a service, again, in response to the needs of the divisions. We received a call that second week of March when it started, and within 2 weeks, we were on TV with Virginia TV Classroom. It just dropped it kind of everything else to meet the needs of the schools. Virtual Virginia is a program we've been a part of since the beginning. Lately, we've been operating mostly the technical side of Virtual Virginia, as Charlotte County has handled the teachers and instruction, but we've been handling the technology side, the software systems, tech support, those kind of things. And so, of course, Virtual Virginia was in big use over the past year with the pandemic. So we're proud to be a part of that as well. So we provide lots of other services. We have a big focus in environmental education. We have an environmental education van that just hit the road recently. We are in the process of building the state's first environmental science course, which for many schools might be an alternative to earth science. The superintendents reached out and said they'd like to have that alternative to the SOLs of earth science. So the environmental science course will probably be ready in about 18 months. We've just hired the subject matter experts. We hired teachers. You know, we're not the teachers. We hire the teachers and we build the courses for them. So look for that coming up in the next 18 months or so. We have a lot of ways to celebrate kids. I love celebrating smart kids. You know, a lot of kids get celebrated for being on the basketball team and the football team, but we like to celebrate smart kids. And so a number of ways we do it. We have our PBS Kids Writers Contest. This is for children K through 5. They write and illustrate stories. They send them in to us. We have a judging panel, and then we have a celebration. During normal years, we create a TV show with the celebration and have their stories read on the air. COVID's been a little weird, so we had to go online, but we've done that for many, many years now. We can go to the next slide. We can skip this video. Let's just skip that. There we go. The spelling bee, we've been hosting the spelling bee for, 15 years now. And the winner from our regional bee goes on to the nationals. I will say here, Middlesex, you have to be part of the Richmond bee. I'm sorry, we have fought hard to have Middlesex be a part of our bee, but Scripps has their rules. But we've been doing that for many years now, the Virginia Media Spelling Bee. For 36 years, we've offered the Great Computer Challenge. This is kids K through 12 who form teams and they compete in various software languages. It's a weekend at Old Dominion University. For many kids, it's the first time hanging out on the campus for any length of time. And we have huge trophies and teams from all the school divisions come together and compete over software languages. Some of the parents of these kids were in it when they were kids, so it's been happening for a long time. There we go. So we have had a program called American Graduate for a number of years now. The focus had been on on-time graduation. That has improved, not solely because of course, because of us, but on-time graduation has improved a lot in the last 5 or so years. So we've tweaked the focus to getting to work for kids who are going to go straight from high school, right, and get a job. And our closer focus has been on women being able to have access to jobs they might otherwise think they shouldn't be a part of, because the stereotype is a woman can't do certain jobs. So we did this one, and we're going to play the video for you really briefly. This is a sampling of what we do with Work Like a Girl.
Hey ladies, check out my cool t-shirt and check out Pure Red Swan. I am strong. You got that right. I think on my feet. We love a challenge. I have mad skills. Yeah. I work like a girl.
Are you ready for this?
So we have a whole series, lots of videos with women throughout the community who are doing jobs that are not traditionally filled by women, trying to make sure that they know those are options for them as well. We'll move forward. We have us, it started out as a simple little thing that Martha Razor wanted to do for us, where she would read books online, because normally we begin schools reading stories to kids throughout the region, and with COVID that couldn't happen. So at home she started reading books, and she would post it on Facebook, and it turned into what we call now Ms. Martha Reads, where she every week reads a story, and these are stories from the Young Storytellers Contest. So these are the winners from the contest that we read. The First Lady was part of the story just last week, and Martha does this for many, since COVID, so it's been a year and a half now. I will also tell you part of the other video productions we do, Dr. Seitz, I'm going to hit you up for this, is we do a service called Education Now, where we talk to your division, you let us know what you want to focus on, and we do a 30 to 60 second video of your best practice, something you want to brag about to the rest of the region. We come in, interview the superintendent, get some B-roll, maybe talk to others, however you direct, and then we'll air it throughout the entire region. So all of the TV viewers in our 21 school division region can see what great stuff's going on here in the division. So we need an update, because obviously the video we have right now is dated, so we don't want to air with Pete or any former superintendent. So I'll be talking to you about that. We'll make you a star really quick. So now we'll skip that video. There we go. We do a lot for family and early learners. I'm going to go briefly through this. We have 3 vans now: STEM van, literacy van, and the environmental science van. Our folks are happy to come up here anytime, work with your youngest. It's usually K through 3 or 4, and provide, again, STEM, literacy, environmental science. Our folks will come up, and the vans are all covered with all of our characters that all the children would be aware of. Lots of other services. The details are in your packet. We have coding camps and reading buddy corners and super readers and first book programs. Lots of stuff for your youngest kids. So again, reach out. We're happy to come up here and work with some of your youngest folks. We've been very involved in the Virginia's Children's Festival. And most importantly, I will refer to the report very briefly on page, I've been prepared to tell you what page. Page 13 is your ROI. As school board members, you care about your investment. You make an investment of $3 per student each year to WHRO. Last year, that resulted in $3,500 being invested. You received savings in value last year of $627,000, a return of investment of $175 for every dollar invested. So if you have a broker that's doing better than that, let me know. And thank you for your time. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you.
Your programs are outstanding. I watched several of those last year, particularly because I knew teachers were involved.
Yeah.
And it was great. It really was.
Yeah. We received a lot of national awards because of that program, because it was really a model for stations around the country. So,
Yeah.
thanks, everybody. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Safe travels.
Thank you.
All right, the floor is open for public comment. Hearing nor seeing, I will close the floor for none. I will close the floor for public comment. Board members. Dr. Shores, anything from Governor's School?
Do not have anything at this time. We seem to be in good shape and ready to go when it's time to go.
Okay, all right,
Excellent leadership there.
great.
That's great.
Yeah. Mr. Goforth?
Yeah, first, Dr. Sykes, I'm glad you recognized the individuals in the transportation department. And when you read those names, I think I recognize one or two that have been here as long as I have.
And some have retired and come back. Yes.
All right, couple things. Middlesex Foundation will be meeting this week on Wednesday. We're finalizing transferring the project to Bay Aging. And as I've mentioned to you all before, the priority will still be there for our teachers and other county employees. But this was an attempt primarily because of Bruce DeSimone, moving out of the chairmanship to get this project in their hands. And the state actually encouraged that. They're doing a project in Gloucester right now, I think, but it's not the same type of project, but it's very similar. There is a Bridging Communities meeting on Thursday. So if anybody wants to ride over with me, I do attend in person. It's an opportunity to see, a couple of things going on at the school. And I did want to mention that I thought it was a very good idea for our Middlesex students from the high school that attend Bridging Communities to come to the middle school and share their experience with middle school. So I'd like some feedback on that, how it was received. Okay. Thank you.
They did come.
Yes.
Oh, great.
I thought it was today or yesterday. Pardon? Today. Okay.
Good.
All right.
All right. Anything, Mr. Reed? Okay. And my next regional SPED meeting will be in November, so I'll be reporting at the November meeting. Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, Dr. Seitz, we have some appropriations.
We do. So if you refer to page 37. Oh, actually on page 38. So there's three items on here. The first is $2,700 donation, and that's actually from the RCC Education Foundation. And that is to help to increase and promote equity in dual enrollment. And so our students who are here at the high school but enrolled in college courses through dual enrollment, it's a $15 per credit charge. Now, Middlesex decided a while ago to pick up that, fogging up my glasses so I can't read. Middlesex decided a while ago to pick up that tuition for students. RCC and the foundation has recognized that in order to help other divisions promote that equity, they are covering that. So that will come back to us specifically for students, not to the students, but to cover that tuition, but students who are first generation college students, students of color, students with disabilities, and students who are below poverty level. So we were excited to see that. The next, the $50,000 K-12 school innovation grant, this is year 2. So this is implementation year of the grant we received last year. And that supports workplace learning, promoting workforce needs and transition to post-secondary experiences. And so we're working on that grant this year. And then the third grant, albuterol grant, schools are required now to have emergency albuterol in all of their sites and clinics. And so this amount is to cover the valved holding chambers, which is actually the device that attaches to the inhaler to allow students to inhale the medicine. So those are the appropriation requests.
If we approve those.
Second.
Any questions? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion's passed.
All right, and then we have budget transfer requests. So I will refer you to page 41. That one is moving items from salary and wages in the ESSER 2 set aside grant, moving them into purchase services and materials and supplies, specifically to covering mathematics and literacy supplies and some training. I'm going to go through all of them at the same time.
Sure.
Okay. The next one, Again, it's just a movement from division-wide. This goes back to the ESSER II grant. When the original application was put in, these amounts in division-wide purchase services. And then just trying to make that more clean. Karen's moved them specifically into the areas in which they're being used, St. Clair Walker and MHS, and then a portion went into maintenance capital outlay replace, and that was to help support the HVAC renovations that were done in the carpentry area of the high school, which is separate from the other. That helps to cover some of that for that piece. And then the last one is, again, just moving from the original ESSER II application from purchase services into maintenance purchase services. And that 4,100 was for us to get our water management program in place, which is now required as of July 1. That's in reaction to COVID, where there's testing and making sure there's no Legionella in the water from when water was not in use and standing for so long. And so using ESSER funds for that. That's the last one.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the budget transfer request? Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Now we are on to back here. The selection for the master plan at the MHS.
Right, RFP, so I'll let you know where we are with that and how we would like to move forward. And so when we put the RFP out, we had a pre-bid meetings. We had 4 companies participate in that. We had 3 that actually submitted proposals. And then when we got to the time for interviews and presentations, one of the companies respectfully bowed out. They did not have the time that they could dedicate to us, and we appreciated them being upfront with that. So we had 2 great presentations, and based on how they were rated, have chosen to move forward with Mosley, who we thought could bring us the most benefit for Middlesex High School. And so we are trying to work through now that scope of work, and would like you to approve us moving forward in negotiating a price with them. And I'll just remind you that the CIP has $75,000 set aside for that scope of work for the master plan. I honestly don't know that's what we will get to, but that's where we would like to move forward in negotiating with them to get to the price that we need for that.
All right, is there a motion to move forward with working with Mosley for a master plan for the renovations at Middlesex High School?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions about that? Their initial proposal is greater than 75,000. So Dr. Seitz and Mr. Harris need to make an effort to get that price tag down. So that's really what she's asking, for the ability to do that.
And we would like to, and we're working with them. We had a chance to, we toured, Dr. Bishop and Mr. Harris and I went and toured J.R. Tucker High School in Henrico, which has literally been open for 6 weeks. And they were still doing some of the finishes there. But it gave us an opportunity to look at, of course, it's on a much bigger scale, but to look at what they've done. And Mosley was the firm that designed and worked hands-on with them also. So we got a chance to talk with them briefly also. The process from start to finish to present a final master plan to the board is about a 6-month process. So the timing is right for us. We'd like to, and they recognize that time is a little bit of the essence in getting to a final number so that we can move forward and have a master plan. Our goal would be to have that finished by the time this school year is finished.
All right, so the master plan will not include plans and specs to go out to bid.
That is correct.
Okay, so that will be another negotiation with them. So you're gonna spend more than 75,000?
Overall?
Yeah.
Overall.
All right. Well, I'm quite familiar with them. They're good company.
Maybe we'll know what's going on.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All those in favor of the master plan negotiations with Mosley, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Dr. Seitz, you can move forward there. Thank you. All right, Mr. Harris, where is he? There he is. Jumping all over the place tonight.
Good evening. So I am just bringing us back up to speed on the Middlesex Elementary School rooftop unit replacement project. I think we'll all be happy when that is turnkey and ready to roll. It has presented its challenges and we've worked through that. But thankfully now, I'll read this update to you, is the controls upgrade is complete. And what that means for me now is I can go into our automation program and actually see if we have an area of the school that is not where it should be. I can actually see and help troubleshoot where that issue is, to whereas before this control work was done, we're basically flying blind. You know, a lot more, having to bring Honeywell in a lot more, as opposed to being able to quickly look at that from within the school division and just, you know, looking for a solution there. So now it's everything is hooked up. So the new controls, everything is hooked up. But we still have the old units on the roof. So the integration with the new train rooftop units is to be completed once the new units are online. So the controls are ready. I can basically see all the VAV boxes, the 70 plus VAV boxes. I can see the airflow. I can see the supply air and the temperature of that air coming into the VAV boxes. Even though I can't see the actual units because they're the old ones, I can see that this area of the school is only getting, you know, 70-degree air where it should be getting 50-degree air. And I can, you know, help communicate that with Honeywell because we've got a couple of those units who could not make it through another warm season. Owner training is to complete the week of 10/18. They'll work with me going back to the automation. It's actually, I'm familiar with it because it's the same software we're using for here at St. Clair Walker and Middlesex High School. You know, it used to be a different program altogether, but now we're bringing this in all under the same software. So it's much more user-friendly on my end. Honeywell still plans to send a technician. This is per our request weekly to check refrigerant levels and a couple of the RTUs that are already in rough shape and working at only off of one compressor. They'll be coming out weekly to check refrigerant levels to make sure we're sucking every bit of life we can out of those units to keep our building cool. Again, the plan to replace the rooftop units has not changed. The 2 units on the gym roof will be replaced over Thanksgiving break, a pretty small window there, with the remaining 3 units to be replaced over Christmas break. So everything is on schedule.
And the units are in Richmond, right?
They're at a crane yard. Yep.
Yeah.
All 5 are at a crane yard in Richmond, just ready to come.
I'm not sitting in a ship off San Diego.
No. They are in the 804.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'd prefer them be on the roof, but
Well.
a little bit closer is good enough. So I appreciate the flexibility from Middlesex Elementary School and the staff. They've been great in understanding to know that it's really there's just a lot of things that are out of our control, and they've done a great job at recognizing that on top of everything else that they're being asked to do and having to do because of the state of the, so any questions for me?
Nope, all sounds good.
Well, I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good evening.
All right, Dr. Bishop, instructional report.
Well, I'm gonna have the principals come up with their instructional report right now. So a little background on what they have collected for us. There's a lot of data that our principals use in order to get our instruction for students. We use MAP data, which is the Nationally Normed Test, SOL, PALS, VKRP, which is a MAP assessment as well, and on-time graduation. So the principals are going to present a little bit on their data, and just understanding that even the MAP data from recently from the national norm, that's dropped 5 to 10 points on reading, even lower on math. nationally across the board. And when we were at our conference with the superintendent, Dr. Lane, when we're looking at our 3-year average, he said that the 3-year average will be the 17-18, 18-19, not the 19-20 or 20-21 average. But those the first 17-18, 18-19, and then this year 21-22. So looking at that, when they present the 2021 or the 2021 average, understand that was assessments that in a typical year we could retest the students, but this year, the last year we didn't. Not saying that we're working on all of this, but looking at this data, there's a lot of it, but even more granularly and by student, the principals have a real good handle on the data and what they need to do in order to help with increasing it and taking learning to the next level for these students. From math talks to in-time checks, all of these things are part of this the data that they can present tonight. This is just one slice of our students' performance these last 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
Jeremy, good evening. So of course, as Dr. Bishop mentioned some of the data at the elementary school, we probably have one of the largest populations and most diverse probably age group and developmentally where they are as well as academically, and quite a significant amount of data that we collect throughout the year. So this does not capture all of the data that we've already collected on our students, and much of it shows what we already knew about where they are in their learning. There are significant gaps and deficits in reading and mathematics right now because we knew March of 20 was not going to be just a few month impact. It's going to be a several year impact on student learning. So we have prepared for that, but I'm going to highlight some of this data for you. So when you look at the SOL data, we'll start just by sharing on the next slide what it looks like for achievement groups. And so this is our school quality profile, can be found on the Department of Education website. This is data based on 2018-19, as well as the next slide shows data from the 2018-19 pre-COVID. So the spring data, Dustin, if you'll go to the next slide for me. The spring data, I've broken down for you some reading and mathematics data this evening. So you can see the 18-19, of course, is going to be on the left in each of these graphs, and then the 2021 on the side. Light blue is your first bar. That's going to be the school, and then division is going to be in the middle. State is going to be to the right in the orange. So you'll see across the board, as well as we were significantly impacted. Our kids for grades 3 through 5 in reading scored lower than a traditional school year when students had been and still below the state average. The next slides break down student subgroups. So our population of students with disabilities and how they scored in reading. This again is 3 through 5 for reading. Economically disadvantaged is going to be on your next slide. The following slide highlights your ELL, and of course our population was too small to report, so you didn't have a reporting category for this, but I didn't want to leave that slide out for the division and state. And then looking at mathematics, so for all students, you're going to see a significant drop across the state. What we found within our own data was students who pre-COVID were reading. They were reading to learn something. They could comprehend. Were reading to comprehend. They could decode. They did not show the same level of regression in reading. If they were already readers, they maintained that.
So across the state, I think we saw that data as well. If students were reading, they continue to show growth in reading. Whereas with mathematics, they required that direct instruction to show gains in math. And so we saw across the state that our children did not have direct instruction in mathematics like they needed. We, as a division, also felt like it was critical that the instruction we were giving students was solid and foundational, and that we were not just skipping through things at a quick pace just to say we checked off a box. So there were items within mathematics at the elementary level, definitely, that we scaffolded and looked at readjusting our curriculum. So we knew there were some items they did not receive direct instruction on. That's where we said this is really a several-year process to help get students the instruction they need to be where they need to be at academically. So this is how students perform across the board in mathematics. You'll also see on the following slides, students with disabilities. Followed by economically disadvantaged. And then again, our English language learners, which of course we didn't have a subgroup that reported. So out of the fall data we've collected, so PALS is a measurement tool that we use pre-K through 5. It is required that it be given in for our pre-K group, but also then in kindergarten through 2nd grade. And then for 3rd graders who are coming in out of state that have not tested PALS, but we choose as a division that we administer this pre-K to 5 for all students in the fall. So right now I've kept up their data over the past few years for you to see. Right now, the number of students identified for kindergarten who are not meeting the benchmark based on PALS is 22%. That's the lowest percentage we've had in several years. And this is, I put in a star there because we still have about 10 more students to test, but it's about 22%. I'll bring your attention to the bottom chart, and that actually represents cohorts of students. So our students in 1st grade, when they were in kindergarten last year in the fall, 49% of them were identified as not meeting the benchmark. It's now 43% of that cohort. 2nd grade, 40% and 40%. However, that group showed a decrease in the spring, and they've kind of come back up a little bit, which frequently we see for the start of the year. And then the 3rd grade population, this was a group of students that left during the pandemic in 1st grade when they were starting to read. This is the group of students who probably has had the most significant impact of COVID as far as reading goes. And so 52% were identified last year in the fall, and 47% were identified this year.
Can we get back up to the kindergarten? How many parents have?
That means 22% of the kindergartners we have this year are identified for right now not meeting the benchmark. That means 78% are meeting the targeted benchmark coming into kindergarten.
So this hasn't been meeting it.
Correct.
So this is.
That's good. Yeah, that's great data. Yeah, that's great. Especially considering that we last year, so we increased our access to pre-kindergarten, but we had a decline in the number of students who were registered. Parents were concerned about being in a school setting with COVID, even with mitigation strategies. We weren't sure how many students had not had a pre-K experience or early childhood education experience. So that's great data. Yeah, we're excited about that. And you'll see that similar in their mathematics data too. So we've got some PALS data. Additionally, this year, I'm going to share with you the math data. So new this year is a math reading fluency that we adopted. It's a K through 3 assessment. We actually were originally only going to administer this K to 2. When we started looking at our students' needs in 3rd grade, we felt like this would be a more appropriate tool to measure their needs. And so within the math reading fluency, you have 4 different categories that you're looking at. I've broken them down for you. Of course, their phonological awareness. Can they manipulate sounds within words? Their phonics and word recognition. Are they able to identify the letters, and do they know the sounds? Can they decode them? Listening comprehension. Are they able to match sentences to corresponding pictures and comprehend what that means? And then for picture vocabulary, are they able to identify pictures based on the words spoken out loud? So our first grade group is our first set of data I'm going to share with you. This is the report that we get from this data, and then we get specific reports for each student. But right now what we're seeing is the green and the blue is what you want to see. So right now for our phonological awareness for our first graders, more than half of them are where we would like them to be right now. Same thing for phonics and word recognition. More than half of them are meeting the benchmark for listening comprehension, and more than 80% of them are meeting that benchmark for picture vocabulary. For our second grade group of students, right now for listening comprehension, and almost 80% of them in picture vocabulary, almost 90% are meeting the expectation or the benchmark. You'll see for phonological awareness and phonics word recognition, we still have some students that are identified as needing additional instruction with this. About 80% of those students who do need that additional instruction are approaching where they need to be, and about 67% are approaching where they need to be for phonics and word recognition. Not all students on the second grade reading map were presented with information that would require them to use phonological awareness or phonics and word recognition, because they were looking more at listening and picture vocabulary. So those who were presented with that and are below the benchmark, or at least approaching the benchmark. And then for our third grade group of students, same concept with phonological awareness and word recognition. Those who are still performing, showing a need in those two areas are at least at a level 4 for the majority of them. For listening comprehension, again, in picture vocabulary, 92 and 96% are meeting that. So that what we're seeing is listening comprehension and picture vocabulary to be a strength. Now for our fourth and fifth graders, we do administer a reading map in the fall. This looks a little different. So this is a growth measure. It is administered in the fall, winter, and spring. And so right now, out of our fourth grade students, 46% of our students that were tested are at the grade level read or above. But 62% are right now in an average or a high range. So at least if they're not meeting that grade level read, the majority of students are in the average or above average range. And then for our fifth grade students, we're seeing 58% that are meeting the grade level read or above, and 68% of our students who are in the average to high average range. So we'll shift to mathematics a little bit. Our pre-K and our kindergarten this year are administered the VKRP. It's, of course, the Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program. It's a state required assessment. This is just the kindergarten data. Pre-K is still in the process of theirs. And actually the kindergarten window was extended till December 18th. We're almost wrapped up. So I wanted to give you the majority of the data we have. This is the same group, Mrs. Sochek, that you were asking about in kindergarten. They are showing that almost 80% of them are meeting the benchmark for mathematics coming in. That is terrific. Absolutely. Geometry, if you have to look at the data and look at a weakness, geometry would be the area of weakness overall. I mean, that's still in the 60%. Computation is in there pretty high. They're doing great with computation already to start the school year. And then as well, under the VKRP, it does look at self-regulation and social skills. And we're seeing that almost 90% of students are meeting the benchmark with social skills and about 80% with self-regulation. Now our K-2, they're in the, our first and second grade, they're in the process of using a different measurement tool. It's an online math assessment that they are just starting. So I don't have data to share with you for the 1 and 2, but I will share 3rd, 4th, and 5th math data. So our 3rd grade students, 28% of our students right now are at or above the grade level read. In 3rd grade, they are showing strengths and patterns, functions, and algebra. And about 36% are in the average to high range. For our fourth grade students, 39% right now are at or above grade level. Again, strengths and patterns function in algebra, and we're also seeing strengths in number and number sense. And then about 44% are in the average to high range. And then our fifth grade group of students, we've got 31% at or above the grade level RIT, strength and number sense. And then about 56% of the students are in the average to high range. So much, this is mirroring much of what we started to see last year. As I shared, the reading for those who were reading were able to continue to grow. Those who were not able to read yet, we have put numerous research-based programs in place and interventions within the general education setting to support phonological awareness, decoding. In mathematics, it really comes down to students having direct instruction. They need opportunities in the classroom to engage with the concepts and develop their conceptual understanding. Last year, the time in and out of the classroom, and of course, the year prior to that, had a significant impact on that for students. And even this year too, we're so excited to have them back 5 days a week. But we still are going through time periods where students are quarantining or in and out, which does continue to have an impact on their learning. So Carol Walsh has done a fabulous job working with our teachers across grade levels to really dig into our curriculum maps. We did, at the elementary level, we did 2 different frameworks, one for literacy and one for mathematics that really breaks it down for tiered layers of instructions for all of our students and teachers. And so we feel like we have all of the pieces in place. It's just implementing them with fidelity and monitoring to see what's the most effective for our student learning right now. Any questions? Unless you have more bodies. One of the things we talked about is, and we actually have positions available to support in mathematics. Most definitely, we could benefit from additional support in mathematics. You've got the instruction taking place in the classroom, but the data, one of the pieces of data I didn't share with you is the through growth assessments that the VDOE has students in 3rd through 8th grade taking, and we haven't gotten overarching data that summarizes it, but we've started to get individual student reports from that. And you can see where some of the gaps are for students, and some of them do need more of a, even more differentiation and support than what's taking place right now in the classroom. And so if we had people that could help support that.
Is attendance playing any effect on any of your numbers?
Most definitely, I would say so. But I would say attendance is impacted by so many different factors right now. Of course, still from the pandemic, you have households that are experiencing COVID, and even though they have access to some of the things, it's not always seamless. It's a transition time to get everybody up and going if you do have to be out, and you don't know until I'm calling the room to tell you you're going home and you didn't know you were going home. So that takes time for the child and the parent to prep for that. It takes time for a teacher to prep for that. You know, at an elementary level, it's much different as far as planning time. That's something we've all tried to think about and be creative over years. How do you get more planning time for teachers to plan for meaningful instruction within the day? So attendance, of course, plays a part in that. And then you've got other things outside of your control that typically would happen in a school year that impact attendance. Good evening.
As Ms. Daniel said, we are so glad to have our students back in front of us 5 days a week. That makes a huge difference. And we were talking today how our 8th graders have not had a typical school year since their 5th grade year at the elementary school. And that does make a big impact on our students. And you were mentioning bridging communities earlier today. We did have a group of students come in and talk to our 8th grade students who are in career and life readiness. And that was a good eye opener because oftentimes it's very difficult to get middle schoolers to see past the next day. So getting them to think about their high school experience was great. But then again, when we sat down today, because some of the students were giving us blank stares, giving the presenters blank stares, is what do you mean I need to talk about the high school? Because really and truly, their last full school year was 5th grade. So we're glad that our 8th graders are going to have a full year with us this year. So tonight I'm going to review our spring 21 SOL testing data in reading and math along with science. We'll also do a brief overview of the spring MAP data in reading and math, and we'll do a deeper dive into the fall 2021 MAP data with reading and math. So on the next slide, you will see our accreditation from 2018-19. And you can see everything broken down from academic achievement, achievement gaps, and student engagement and outcomes. On the next slide, you can see that we are level 2 in the area of English because we are continuing to focus on the gap groups, students with disabilities and economically disadvantaged. And as we continue on, we will look at our SOL data from the spring of 2021. And this follows the same format as Ms. Daniel had earlier, where you have your school in the gray, division level in the navy, and orange represents the state. And similar to the elementary school, we did see a decline in reading performance, as did the state level. In the next slide, you can see performance in reading based on students with disabilities. The next slide, you can see reading performance based on economically disadvantaged. And then we're going to take a sneak peek at math. And again, Ms. Daniel mentioned this earlier, we're seeing that significant decrease in math. Reading, once those basic foundational concepts are taught, how to read, and then some of the basic comprehension skills, that spirals each year. With math, again, those foundational concepts must be there. And when that gap in instruction was lost, that did hurt. So we are continuing to address those needs, areas of need in math. You go to the next slide, you can see the performance data, students with disabilities in math. The next slide, you can see math performance, economically disadvantaged. And to let you know how we are addressing some of these needs, oh, I'm sorry, I left out science. You can see our performance data in science for all students. And I do want to indicate that the 8th grade science SOL tests students on 6th, 7th, and 8th grade science. So last year, when we were trying to review and take advantage of that time, that was difficult to review all of that material. So you can see the performance data for students with disabilities in science, and then also in the next slide, students economically disadvantaged. So from that data last year, along with our spring 21 MAP data, and you can see that we had these percentages indicate the students who are performing at or above grade level in math and reading. And you can see that there were some areas of weakness and concern, much like the SOL data. So we took this data and decided, okay, what do we need to do this school year? And also keep in mind with this data, not all students tested in the spring for the MAP data because we still had students at home. So what we did is we met with departments and we talked about in reading, what can we do? And we had some students still struggling with the basic foundational concepts for reading. So we talked about implementing the SPIRE reading program, which we're really digging into, and we can help students who may be struggling with some of the basic decoding skills. We put SPIRE into place. We've also really put another focus in on small group instruction because you can have a classroom of 20 students with varying levels and pulling those reading groups, much like the elementary school, because you can get those small one-on-one or smaller groups, you can really dig deeper into their individual needs. So we took this data from the spring and then we tested this fall. So the next slide is going to give a deeper dive into our math data for 6th grade. And you can see that
We tested 84 students and there were 42% of our students performing at or above grade level. What we want to focus on are some of our areas of strength. Number and number sense has been a huge focus for us over the past few years, talking about number sense. So if you look into the individual skills, you can see where we are making progress and we will continue making progress. When you look at the sixth graders' performance in reading on the next slide, you can see we had 60% of our sixth graders score at or above the grade level. And you can see that there was a strength in comprehension of literary text, the fiction. We are continuing to work on vocabulary acquisition, which is huge across the board. And a lot of that is exposure. And we've been asking teachers, to read aloud to students, model what that looks like when you come across a word that you don't understand, that metacognition, thinking about thinking. And it really helps when students can see teachers model that out loud. And in sixth grade right now, they are reading a bridge home. And it's neat to watch the teachers read aloud and ask those questions to get the students thinking, and then see the students apply it on their own. Moving on to seventh grade, you can see we have 32% of our students who are at or above grade level in math. And again, we're looking at our areas of need. The number and number sense is still a stronger strand there. And if you look, measurement and geometry is a weaker strand. However, we know that at the end of the year, last year in sixth grade, geometry wasn't as much of a focus because we really wanted to hone in on number sense, computation, and estimation. So some of that really makes sense there as we're working on filling those gaps and bridging one year to the next. On the next slide, you can see our seventh grade reading scores, and we have 49% of our students who scored at or above grade level in reading. And our area of strength in seventh grade is the vocabulary acquisition, which is awesome. So we're continuing to expose them to more vocabulary so that they can improve the application in literary and nonfiction texts. And again, a lot of that is exposure and practice. And with the nonfiction, we have been using Scope magazines because that can be at their level and it's relevant real world events going on right now. So that has worked well in the seventh grade. Moving forward to the eighth grade in math, you can see that 50% of our students scored at or above grade level. And the strength for eighth grade was also the number and number sense. So again, Carol Walsh has been working with our teachers to make sure that that foundation is there. And if you don't have the number and number sense and the computation estimation, that's going to prove to be problems down the road. So we're continuing to make gains there. And then in reading, you can see that we had 57% of our students score at or above grade level. And in eighth grade reading, you can see that vocabulary acquisition was also a strong strength for our students in eighth grade. So we're taking that data and digging in deeper. And again, this is a huge overview of our student performance. So this gives you the bird's eye view. And then when we go meet with our teachers, we really dig into what does each class need, because it may look different from class to class, and what does each student need. Some of the things we put in place, as I said, for reading is the small group instruction, the modeling, and the Spire reading program. And I keep bringing up the Spire reading program because that is where we really want to fill in our gaps so that our students are reading fluently and develop their comprehension skills. And in math, the number talks are still a focus, along with Dreambox math. That way students can practice independently at home and it hones in on their specific areas of need. Small group instruction is also important in math, and the VDOE has provided those just-in-time quick checks, and that's where the data is really relevant because the teachers can see the growth from day to day. This testing took place early September, so we can even see progress since then as well. And then just to mention for science, last year when we had seen some concerns, we did ask to invest in Generation Genius and Gizmos, because those are some interactive resources that students can use in science. Because the key for middle school, again, is that relevant real world experience. They can see, why do I need to know this? So that's where we are at the middle school.
We have goals. I mean, I know you haven't been.
Well, and that's the big piece. And that's what we keep running our teachers. We have a lot of ground to regain. Now, all the teachers, they want to see the growth across the board. So what it is, I don't have a percentage right now in front of me, but looking at each individual student, how can we move them from point A to point B? And that's the nice thing with a small school. We can really look at those individual needs. And honestly, when it comes to the growth assessments with MAP, that's where it's easier to predict the growth that we want to see versus the SOLs. We are also diving into our through testing data from the state, and we're trying to figure out what that means for us as well. But those foundational strategies that they can continue carrying with them, that's what we really want to focus on. All right, thank you.
My slides will mimic the format of the other two schools. This is pulled right off of the Virginia Department of Education website. So you can see again, the gray is Middlesex High School, blue is the division, and orange is the state. You can see the change from 2019 to 2021. This is reading in 11th grade of all of our students who took the reading SOL test in the spring in 11th grade. And then the next slide is going to show students with disabilities. You're not going to see a students with disabilities category in 2021. It's too small. It's one student. That was one student we had identified in 11th grade last year. She had a specific learning disability in reading, and it's too small of a number. However, I will say that the numbers you see are students who score above 400. At the high school, if students got above a 350, they got the verified credit. So she did earn the verified credit. I'm very pleased to say that 100% of our students in 11th grade got the verified credit in reading, except one. That student will do work keys. The next slide is going to show achievement with our economically disadvantaged students in reading at Middlesex High School. The next slide is math. That's our performance with all students. That column at the high school in 2021 represents our Algebra 1 students and our Algebra 2 students who tested this year. Our Algebra 2 students had to test this past year because they had tested in Algebra 1 at the middle school, and you must take a math test in the high school for it to count as a verified credit. 100% of our students earn the verified credit in math and Algebra 2 and in Algebra 1 because 100% of them got above a 350, but 93% got above a 400. It was 95% in Algebra 1, it was 84% in Algebra 2. The next is showing our students with disabilities and their pass rates. And the next is economically disadvantaged and the overall percentage there. And the next slide shows science achievement. This is biology. That's the federal test that we use to show science achievement. The next slide, it's going to be too small. The number was very small for students with disabilities, so it's not reported out at the state level. And the next slide is economically disadvantaged achievement. What the state doesn't report is writing. So the next slide is my disaggregation of that data. It's not required for federal reporting, but it is important for our students because they must get that credit for graduation. So 69% got 400 or higher. 91 were over 350, which meant they got the verified credit. Of those 6 who didn't get over 350, 3 of them took the work keys. It's a substitute test for writing in the state of Virginia. They earned the verified credit towards graduation. This fall, the other 3 students will take it. They're already starting to work on specific remediation for that. It's a very different type of test. It's more of a business writing test and not so much of the traditional SOL multiple choice prompt test. So our head senior teacher and Baton are working with those students prepping for that. Same as in reading. We have 3 kids in reading. You have to take that and they're already prepping. We want to get that out of the way for them this year. They're on track to graduate on time. The next slide, this is from 2019. We were level 1 across the board. The next slide will show that we were at level 2 with students with disabilities in English. That's been historically something that you see across all divisions in English because students who have a disability in English are going to struggle in English. What we've done at the high school every year is starting to look at the last 4 years, looking at individual students as they enter 9th grade to look at their weaknesses and where we can start building those skills again from ninth grade up so they're successful on that test. For example, we have a ninth grader this year who is below reading level, and he is not only in English 9, he's in a classroom that's working with Wilson Learning, which is a very directed approach, research-based, to teach reading skills so that he can find achievement in reading as he moves through Middlesex High School, so that he will be able to get that verified credit, but most importantly, be able to be a functioning reader in society after he graduates. That's our goal. The next slide shows our on-time graduation rate. 2020, you see the 92.5% at Middlesex High School. That's a tick above the state average. That represents 4 kids who did not graduate on time. One was a dropout early in the year due to a serious family circumstance. The other was home-based and really struggled with some emotional challenges that year. The other student did get a diploma last year. It was a struggle at the end of the year with COVID for him to come to school up until March, and then we were shut down working with him for a solid year. But he got a diploma in March of 2021. And the other student is a postgraduate who is still under the age of 22 working on a standard diploma. The next slide shows chronic absenteeism. So in 2018-19, 15% of our students missed more than 10% of the school year. That's 18 plus days. The next slide shows last year's chronic absenteeism. I know people can say, well, they weren't in school all the time, but our teachers took attendance based on who actually showed up to Zooms in class, interacted with them, and learned. I think that's my last one. What our teachers did last year, and they're doing it this year, is small group instruction, even at the high school level, where they can really meet the needs of kids, knowing them one-on-one in small group and grouping them based on their level of need. Also spending a lot of time before and after school with students one-on-one so that they can address any gaps these students have. At the high school, we only have 4 years to get them ready to graduate on time. And they do have to pass the courses and the associated SOL test. So that is our focus at the high school. Our teachers have done a fantastic job meeting the needs of our kids, even in a pandemic. Our kids have been amazing. They have worked their tails off coming in. At times they didn't have to come in, even last year on Wednesdays, to get instruction. It made all the difference to get these kids where they need to be on time to graduate. Any questions?
I know this is a side, but I want you all to know that Dr. Seitz keeps us abreast of the fact that you all are spending lots of time out of school, calling parents about testing, COVID testing, and what have you. I know, and I know other board members know, that you are doing a momentous job, and it is greatly appreciated. All right. And anything else, Dr. Bishop?
No, I too, I'm just, those principals know every child. And they understand this is just a broad sweep of the data. If you ask them about a specific child, they'll know what they need to do. And to their point, they're looking at a small group, small groups within that. So I'm just fully impressed with what they're doing. Not only contact tracing, but when there's no contact tracing, what they're doing is looking on a dime and they're being instructional leaders, and that's what the joy is. And so just want to keep my hats off to the assistant principals and the whole team.
All right. Anything else here? We're good? All right, the floor is open for public comment.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dawn Moore and I live in Urbana, Virginia. It's been a while since I have been before you all. I have two major concerns right now that I am personally dealing with. I understand the COVID and the contact tracing and all. But when my daughter misses 2 weeks out of 1 month, the first week was really nonchalant, no contact. It was more or less her suffering than anybody else. Then she goes back to school and then she's home again. And Miss Daniel did everything she could to help her. But there is a communication breakdown when our children are sent home like that. There is, I've just dealt with it. My child was cut short for 2 weeks out of her education. And I understand a lot of the data you're looking at, but there's also data that was not on that screen. There are a lot of parents who are not speaking up, but are at home frustrated. It frustrates me when I get a phone call that my child can't go to school because somebody else, and now I'm getting dings from Power School that my child has an unexcused absent. 2 weeks of unexcused absence is not good. Power School's got an issue. It has not been fixed because I just looked at my Power School before I came in here. If we're supposed to go to Power School and use the apps that you ask us to use and they're incorrect, even though it might be on my side, you're okay. Well, it's not on mine. My side still says unexcused absent. And I don't like it. A lot of other parents are not liking it, but they don't want to come here. So I'm speaking on behalf of me and my child. I'm not happy with the situation that happened to me. She was sent home. I had no backing. Ms. Daniel did what she could, but she's the principal. She's not in the classroom. I had to wait for tech. I got a new tablet. It had none of her stuff on it. Her name is still spelt wrong for us to get into stuff. It was just not a very good experience on my side. And I do not consider myself electronically handicapped. I can work with the apps, I can download the stuff, I can do what I need to do and log in, but when it's not there for you, it's not accessible. Then I have my nephew, my lovely nephew. And he had an incident. He wasn't even at the school and had an incident. So I went to this lovely book that I printed off of the website. I do not like the website. It's very difficult to use. Then I had to print because you can't see this on your cell phone, and trying to get to it, you can't find it on your cell phone. But I feel that this board needs to go back and look at your policy on suspension and expulsion and your policy when it comes to being able to appeal it, because this book gives you no direction. When I send an email and I don't get a response, I find that as you're not appealing it, you're not getting no support. We have not gotten anything that we were told would come out of what happened. And when you're punished for something one time, that should be it. But to be continuously punished on one issue, and it doesn't seem like it affected anybody else. And it didn't affect anybody else, so that was fine. But when you have other children in the school, but because of who they are and their names are not getting disciplined the same way that everybody else should be, I find that to be a problem. And that's the way I feel right now. I am not happy with Middlesex County Public Schools in a whole. And I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Anyone else for public comment? Public comment is closed then at this time. Dr. Seitz, do you have a report for us?
A few things. And I also wanted to thank the principals for their presentation this evening. And again, just reiterating what Dr. Bishop has said and the time that they put into leading their schools. and contact tracing, as you mentioned. I think it's still important to remember that last year was not a normal year for our teachers and our students, and it would be inappropriate for any of us to compare, especially SOL data or any of our data from last year to 2 years ago, when the last time was we had kids in school. I would add to that, and that comes from the state superintendent, I would add to that, that we're still not in a normal year. And Ms. Moore touched on that when we've got kids that are out for multiple days at a time. And our teachers are trying to work with the kids that are face-to-face, get caught up, move forward with the curriculum, and then manage when kids are going in and out of their classrooms, which has been a little bit of a revolving door. We're hoping that that will start to look better for us, because that actually leads into, I try to at every board meeting give a little bit of an update on where we are with our COVID positives. Remember that I send that home every Friday to our families, noting how many positive cases we had in the building, and then how many students were required to quarantine for that. We did see a dip last week, a nice dip down. I'm hoping that continues. I don't want to jinx us, but this is the first Monday, I think, since the first week of school that we weren't kind of bombarded with positives and contact tracings. That's kind of been the trend, that following the weekend, we get calls on more numbers of positives, which is why sometimes it looks like it takes a long time for a parent to get a phone call. I'll give you an example that maybe a student didn't feel well on Thursday evening. Maybe they thought it was something small and didn't get a test until Friday or Saturday. The positive result comes back Monday. And then contact tracing has to go back 2 days prior to symptoms, which would go back to Tuesday. So I can understand that that's frustrating for a parent to get a call on a Monday that their child was exposed Tuesday of the previous week. But that's the principals are working in as real a time as they have, but sometimes that process just of the getting a test and getting a result can take some time. But I'm hoping that this trend stays on the downward and levels out, so that our principals can, as we mentioned, go back to being instructional leaders, and our teachers have all of their kids in the classroom so that they are moving forward with face-to-face learning this year. We will continue to be very vigilant with our mitigation strategies and ask our families to do the same there, so that we can, as I said, move forward. I just wanted to let you all know that I did put out a survey last week to kindergarten through 6th grade parents, because those would be students who are the ages 5 to 11 who would be available to get the next vaccine when that is approved. This is not a commitment on anyone's part, but as we tried to talk about it on the administrative level, and wondering if we should hold a clinic during the school day or after school hours, or maybe on the weekend, we just wanted some feedback from parents on what their comfort was in that, so that we can, when the time comes, be more prepared to provide and partner with the health department for a clinic. It looks like of the responses that we got, so about a third of the students in here or parents responded. It looks like a little over 40% are interested in a vaccine when that becomes available. And right now it looked like the majority would take advantage of, if they're not doing it on their own, an after school clinic possibly, that we really just host the site and they could bring their kids back to, and VDH would do all of the work there. So that's probably, when it becomes available, would be our first step in setting up a clinic, would be an after school clinic. And there, of course, when we work on that, we'll communicate that information out to everyone. So those, you've seen lots and lots of data tonight, but those are just a couple of other pieces of information I did want to share with the board. That's all I have.
All right. Is there any old business to come for the board? Any new business? Hearing none, the board will the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Thank you, gentlemen.